Starting coming at you with another game, Total Warhammer 3. We're here with Malakai McKyson's campaign in the old world. Long Drong, the Slayer pirate himself. You know, we cobbled him together with a box of scraps. He is here fighting the Demon Prince. Should be a fight. Now, you know, clearly the auto would give it to us, but obviously when you get a fun battle map like this against an interesting army, you know, because here, you know, like, we don't have much of a front line, but they don't have much front line either. And, you know, are they going to get through double Slayer, double Thane that easily? Because flanking around there, I mean, that would take a bit of work. And we could actually just set up in here if we wanted. Which we might do. Yeah, we'll set the crew up in here. And then, so the thing about Air Force skirmishing is that is going to be sketchy, but if we take Fire at Will and the pirates off, and then just, you know, because we can defend both approaches here and here, and then just yeah, all right, fun, great. All right, so we just want to get some damage on like the Bloodthirster or something. I mean, there's a lot of things they have that could do some work against us, but if we just, like, set this up there to be able to get anyone. Because, of course, to fit all of the heroes, we don't. You know, the Air Force is too big. But if we get some value, like a whole lot of value, which we just might. Oh, yeah, look at that. Lighten up the Bloodthirster. And here we're going to provoke him into chasing us while these guys are shooting him still. And, oh yeah, beautiful. Get him there, and of course there's plenty of other folk in the air, but the Bloodthirster, that's a big bad. They're good at beating down a Thunder Barge, theoretically. We wouldn't want that. Karaz Ankor, let's get some explosive damage in there. Getting the Bloodthirster roasted up. And as he notices, it's already done. But we light up the Exalti Flamer of Tzeentch. Beautiful stuff. Problem is, oh yeah, we've got to. The problem is with Thunder Barges against flying monsters. Oh, okay, good, he landed. Well, you know, he also may get everybody very upset. I'm like, wait, we have the grudge throwers. Well, you know, he landed and now he is just toast. Because the thing is, right, you know, Daniel's bad and a bunch of Slayers will just rip him up. He has 20 armor, right? What do? You lose. You never had me, you never had your car. That's the thing about having a Slayer force, you know. Slayer pirates, you know, they're not glamorous, but they get it done. And here we are fighting against bad targets. We just want to get here. And we're gonna try to just spike the cockatrice here and not get hit by it ourselves. Alright, and that's getting taken care of. Good, good, good. And now The Slayers roll in. The Rune Lord casts a rune of fightin', and we get to fightin'. Glorious stuff. Get 'em, boys! We'll get gyro support here. Fire support there. Oh, there's a big old beastie. We gotta look at our stuff for a second and use our abilities, alright. We will rune protect himself, because, I mean, he's in some trouble. But here we go. Flamers of Tzeentch. That's a bad one. All right. Air Force getting shot up. Trollhammer torpedoes doing the work. Big old demon there. Big old demon there. Of course, their boss is already gone. But now they are all crumbling down, down, down. 10 summons won't save you here, Daniel. Because this, we like just pushed up into the bay there, right? Man. Trollhammer gyro. You know, these are really the solution, right? To the, what do you do about large flying things? Which, you don't get too many of them in a campaign. They are very precious. Alright, and then we will replan. And we acquire the Burning Book of Khorne again. We're going to, you know, cast it into the sea.
There's nae pleasing some folk.
Copperpot's here. This is going to be a pretty rough army. Nah, I mean, Bragg the Gutsman's here, but we have artillery. And Copperpot wouldn't flee. Look, if this army falls, he'll simply raise another one, and then another one. They got one unit of lead belchers. Bragg the Gutsman could be an issue, but probably just a couple units of Slayers would be enough to deal. Of course, a forest is good for me and not for them, and equally, of course, Bugman's Rangers will be good in this matchup. Yeah, no, this is the place. Oh, the engineer on foot, nice. No, not on foot, okay. Because this is a long flank and a short one there. And we'll just roll our cannons there at the start. It'll be fine. Oh, wow, the lead belcher is just lighting them up. Oh, and an iron blaster too, you know. That's the thing, is I needed to reposition my cannons, and hopefully it'll be alright, you know. That's the breaks of trying to get it done this style. We're just gonna get into the woods here and here. It's gonna be really rough. You know, they're closing the distance faster than I wanted. Stand and fight, everyone! Yeah, this was definitely a bad setup. Haven't fought ogres yet. The Lord is getting chunked on by somebody. Pretty rough. We're just gonna try to, you know, support here. Yikes! It must be Bragg. Yep, it's Bragg. Well, Copperpod gets caught out by an assassin who rips his face right off. But, on the upside, you know, we're doing okay over here and over here. This guy's getting shot by lead belchers. We have got to get in motion. It's just a little tricky, too. But we're definitely losing this. You know, wasn't ready. We could retry it if we lose, and you know, not set up like a moron and see what happens then. Because you know, it just like some action out of the cannons the whole time because we didn't really get too much. I thought we would have time to reposition. They did not give it to us, right? Yeah, so... And I mean, it might just be that, like, a balanced mid-game ogre army is much too much for this crummy little force that we've got here. But I bet cannons going the whole time that don't get immediately shut down will be pretty good, because here we can counterflank there. And we'll just try not to abandon him there, and then Slayer Pirates in the front. Alright, so if we go in here, and with this guy we try to just, like, find Bragg and shoot him. And also, you know, the The artillery being able to fire this whole intro time will probably help a lot. Alright, so there's... Oh, Gutcrusher Gold, this bruiser. I mean, still worth shooting too. There's Bragg. Yeah, you know, the, oh my goodness. Yeah, they're just gonna dive in, right? We just need to get the Lord away from... No, we don't. We need... Yeah, you know, maybe we just lose this, right? This is a bad army. You know, these conceptual themed armies, you know, nice concepts maybe. No, I mean, this is just what happens when we have an army that doesn't have a bunch of heroes in it to do all the heavy lifting. Hey, Arcade. Yeah, these are ogres. They're awesome. But you know, we are fighting them, and that makes it less awesome. These massive Stonehorns are like really difficult monsters to deal with, but I think this time we might win just because this is the second time we've tried this battle. And this guy's gonna try to come in there, and we'll just... Hopefully he won't get on the cannons and totally delete them, but it looks like he's gonna get on the cannons, and you guessed it, totally delete them. However, they are en route on a lot of the other part of the map. So if we... Okay, yeah, the Slayer is doing alright at getting them off of there. We need to kill these Gorgers. They're unbreakable. This guy is just having way too fun of a time fighting our dudes, but, you know, we'll probably break him eventually. Ogre Bull's in on the back line. That's super bad. 6 Slayers there. You know, we don't really have an... Oh, these are our one fresh unit of Slayers so far away. Well, we've got rid of them. The Stonehorn is fighting the Dwarf Lord. Very brave stuff. Alright, we'll give these pirates more ammo. They've got the most need of it, right? Satisfy the grudge. Yeah, they just charge in, and I'm just like, yeah, we've spent... Because that's the thing, you know, you spend a whole campaign fighting a certain kind of enemy, and then they're gone, and you start fighting other guys, but, like, you haven't refined your process yet, you know? You've just thrown together, like, an army based on what you had there, and we're like, yeah, this will probably work. But, you know, maybe, slightly more front line, slightly more shooting. I mean, the Bugman Rangers, I don't hate them, I just feel like, you know, they just struggle to get value. We need, you know, more support for them. Because they only shoot every 10 seconds, so that's, like, pretty slow. You know, there's a... I don't really think there's a good way to make them super juiced with the tools we have. Because their whole thing is they're stealthy, and they're always drinking a little bit of the Bugman's brew And that makes them, you know, like, healthy. I guess. They're dwarves, right? But on the second time, our army stood, and Gorazan Copperpot, who, of course, is of the noble Copperpot family, they started with just one Copperpot. Their house motto, clan motto, from one Copperpot. It means that each Copperpot is expected to do their best, but everybody thinks they're bragging about how they started off poor, but a dwarf would never do that. That's a thing that only a non-dwarf would think. Nope. We're gonna lose the Slayer Pirates, and the Slayer's there. They fulfill their oath. Very good. We'll drink to victory. Roth Oathkeeper. With an even better army. Against an even worse foe. Oh, look at that. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with these ogres. They're cavorting with Skaven. We're actually just going to auto it to move it ahead, though, because, you know, there will be other brawls along the time, you know. And we just fought an ogre. We got it. We want to do the title of the video. We want to fight some corn. We want to fight the cornflakes.
Come on, see ya.
Golg wants a non-aggression pact. How about instead I counter by ending a trade agreement?
Let's shake on it.
You ogres are no friends of the Dawi. Oh yes, we must send word to the lands of Uzkalak to burn out the ogre camp there. You know, they were decent neighbors for a while, but it just goes to show what happens when you put your trust in somebody that's not of the Dawi. Groth Oathkeeper knows you gotta keep your oaths. Not like these ogres. Literally Skaven in their armies. Come on, man. You're gonna hang out with wolf rats? The noble saber tusk pack. Running alongside giant rats. Well, moderately sized rats. The giant ones come later. But as we move on this too, we prepare, you know, emotionally and financially for the absorption. No, not financially. We're super rich. The absorption of the holds of Karaz Ankor into our own. Really, it's going to represent being absorbed by the High King. However, the game doesn't have that mechanic. So really, it'll look like he's working for us, but we're working for him. And then we'll set off on a reasonable campaign of reasonable world conquest. Because one thing with Confederation often is it's like, okay, I'm going to get like 7 or 8 armies. How am I going to deal with the huge financial burden of that? But financial burdens don't exist anymore. We are the wealthiest of dwarves. Copperpot gets perfect vigor. It only takes a couple of fights, of course, but...
Master Engineer at your service.
Alright, so the first thing we have to do is burn this burning book of Khorne. We're going to cast it into the sea.
Demon Slayer.
It's evil. Oh, it won't let me throw it away? It won't let me throw it away. Maybe I can't throw it away the turn that I receive it. I'm like, no, cast it into the fire. So the Slayer Pirate here, we will clean up these fools.
Follow at your peril.
And man, imagine if you were doing one where you had to fight like all the manual battles for whatever reason. 10 Fury summons every time you want to fight this fool. Of course, he is terrible, so it's alright. Alright, we'll just put the other Trickster Shard on him. And distribute some stuff real quick. Not a Cursed Armor. And that gives him a gold shield and stock. That doesn't make sense. But we're just trying to keep it moving. All right, so here, Furrow Brow. Yeah, there could be scav in here, and likely ours, so we're gonna go there.
Time for a reckoning. Onward.
Yeah, because 108% increased upkeep. And still just so revenue positive. Everything going great. Alright, we just need to keep it rolling.
Summon me if you dare.
Ooh. I'm like, salt gives us the black powder discount. No, we're already almost entirely discounted, and I'm like, how can we get more discount? It's conflict on point. Yeah. Satisfy the grudge. And here it says we're gonna lose. We're not gonna lose. We need to move the campaign forward swiftly. I'm like, all right, well, time to do a creeping artillery barrage at. Is he living in like a Chaos Dwarf hold here? Looks like it. Yep. Well, that's gonna be nasty. We'll go in like this way. That's fine. Oh yeah, he doesn't even have a tankard. It'll be alright. He does have restock ability, so... Oh yeah, we gotta tell him to shoot, I guess. There we go. Wake up, fellas. Because we will absolutely just fast forward crunch 'em. I ain't too proud. They're waiting for my signal, indeed. Alright, the Iron Blaster. You know, we really shouldn't move up this close. No, it'll be fine. They can only see him because he's in the air anyway. And then we'll go over here and start trying to get a harass going on with the engineer while we're popping holes in all of the walls on this front. That's how we say, I'm a dwarf and I'm happy. We're gonna shoot at this guy, because he's there. So yeah, now they're deciding they don't wanna... They don't want to deal with the artillery barrage anymore, but they don't really have a choice. Yep, and then we'll just begin the restocking process of ammunition. Creep forward a little bit here. Restock there. Cause yeah, we're lighting them up with this fire through the breach, you know. Cause they're just trying to hold the wall, and then they're like just having a terrible time. And now look at them chubbily running away. Oh, the ogres! He's like, no, I didn't sign up for this. A dragon would have been handy. Well, we are playing dwarves. A dragon would have been handy indeed, though. We do have, this is one of our more basic armies. We've got like massive gunship blimps and stuff, and ooh boy, I did not think they had that range. I bet he was shooting at the master engineer, and the shots missed. Like, really far. Like, look how far-flung this unit is. It's wild. But they don't have any, like, iron blasters, I don't think, at all. Ooh, a Spirit Leech will eventually get us, though. We have decent spell resist, but not Ultron, so yeah, 35, Good, but only good. So we just want to get away from him. Also, chipping their lord down probably won't happen. The Noblars are tired of getting shot by cannons, and rather hilariously elect... Boom! That's good. To run out here. Yeah, so these madmen, these Noblars run out and manage to, like, tie up a couple of cannons somehow. Very funny stuff. We might run out of ammo. If we do, I guess we back out of the siege and continue. I, like, basically never do that, but theoretically... Oh, wow. Don't do that. Don't do that. We took way too many shots there. If we lose the engineer, you know, that's real bad. Because he still has, like, 1 trillion ammo. And the ability to give our cannons more. Of course, firing through the broken walls is hardly super effective, but it does work some. We can get another crack in the wall here. Spirit leeching cannons, that's interesting. Don't love it. Can he heal? If we had certain items on him, we would be able to heal him. The enemy can heal. The enemy regenerates. But if we had certain items on our characters, any of our characters could heal in these contexts. So we could, like, fly in with, like, a set of these guys, you know, do a bunch of damage, you know, take some, get healed up, and leave and whatnot. But this is a very base army. Like, this is, like, we fought with them over the intern, and we've only fought, like, one other army, one other time with them. So it's very much like a fresh and untested army without, like, all the big bells and whistles that my normal, like, strong armies would have. My real armies, my big bad armies, they're different than this. They're real strong. We'd be able to just charge in the gate at them, but now their artillery is basically out of ammo. And we're gonna get here. You know, we still have 1,400 hit points. They do have interior towers. We just need to be careful to stay far enough away from them. Because the cannons are about to be out of ammo. And I think... Yeah, we'll just... I think we just withdraw. But I mean, we can get... Oh, no. That's tower. We cannot get... You know, if we had a whole lot of these guys, we could also get an item on him that will, like, just slowly regenerate his own ammo over time. You know, lots of stuff like that, but we don't have any of it. And here, we're going to use our gyrocopter summon to help out here. Because, like, we can't army loss them, and I don't want to throw my troops in after nothing. But, I mean, actually, we still... It's not like we're out of stuff. Those guys disappeared, not because they got popped, but because they got timed out. Because here we can... You know, I bet we can make this work, actually. Because we still have plenty of ammo on... You know, all of these rangers, and they regenerate as well, so we can get them on the wall. We've got our Slayer Pirates, our Lord's Fresh, yeah. And here, this guy's got bombs that we haven't used yet, so we will go and drop them here. And we're gonna drop a lot of these little bombs on them. We're gonna try to get them to go into this group, and we've got like a couple bigger bombs, and we're gonna try to use those. Yep, here we go. Here we go. Oh no, that guy. Alright, we don't need to fight that guy unsupported. We do need to fight him with support. Copperpot can't run! He's not a slayer, but he's very brave. Copperpot! Gorizon Copperpot! You stand at the breach against the terrible ogre. Oh, he's so tall! But you know what we are? Doughty, that's what we are. We are very doughty. We are tough. We get pushed in here. That's not very good, because now, oh, we get pushed inside and surrounded. I don't, you know, this might be the end for Copperpot. This might be the end for Copperpot. Alright, we're gonna go over them and drop a huge bomb. Oh no, we hit our own troops. I thought we'd be in a better spot. We were trying to get the Lord out. I don't think it's gonna work. You know, we shouldn't have moved him in. He got shoved out, and now he... Oh, and then a monster's there, too. Oh, jeez. You know, we, because here we're fighting them in the wall. That's actually really good for them, because they have lower model counts. And we would like to surround them and flank them, and we can't. I'm like, can we? Oh, wow, they get pushed back by the monster. But if we run in this way, then we'll be able to support... Yeah! Yeah! Kazakud! Ha! Getting it done. Getting through the breach, flanking there. And if we get all of the pirates now to fire at the Stonehorn. And now they're locked in here with me, and we have flanked them inside of the wall. And we're gonna go and do another last bombing run. Bugman's Rangers doing great there, and yeah, we pop them. Good. Man, I wish I had the regen items on the Lord. I could have afforded them, is the worst part. You know, this is a siege we took. We could have stopped and put good items on our people. It's alright. But now Gut Crusher is alone. He's fighting us, but you know, we're brawling. We're having a time. I think Copperpot lives through this and beats Gold. Gut Crusher Folg in the walls. Yes! We might need to back out now, though. Like, what else do we have? Well, the thing is they can't really get on the wall, right? So if we can get on the wall... We've busted most of the wall, but... Because their small guys can't compete with us, and their range dudes are already out of ammo. Copperpot has to walk out, though. The army, if he falls, will be in rough shape. It's trapped, yeah, indeed. But we got it. We get in. These flingers aren't, I think, going to be able to punish us for this move. And we're just going to get on top of the wall, and then we win the melee fight against them once we're on the wall. And then Fold comes in here, and we hit him with a mighty salvo from the Slayer Pirates, and now we're just going to charge in there. These guys got on the wall. Good. Because Slayer Pirates are still Slayers. They don't have, like, the anti-large in this army, though. But they're still Slayers, you know. They won't run. They got decent weapon skill. Weapon strength, rather. This guy, though, is a real fighter, and without the anti-large, you know, it's tricky to get in. And he's healing as well, but, you know, we're gonna get him down. Copperpot, go get him! And here, the Rangers are fighting the Noblars, but we have enfilade fire from these guys on the wall, and that'll deal with that. And Fulg, you know, because Ogre's heal, so when he got away, you know, he healed up some, but then we take him out there. Good, good, good. Bugman's Rangers heal, so, you know, when they take a little bit of damage here and there, you know, we'll get it. You know, they still have plenty of stuff, but, you know, they're going to have to keep on throwing stuff into the meat grinder. And if we have guys on the wall here... We'll get Copperpot on the wall there. You know, he only has 400 hit points, but, you know, what are you going to do? We can't just... Can't just wait. I think he's out of Winds of Magic, and of course, Ogres being large can't get on top of walls. So when we're on there, all of their best units can't get to us. They could shoot us if they had shooting, but we've dealt with the shooting, right? We got one more big bomb. We can't go too far in, or we're vulnerable to their towers, which have infinite ammo. Big monster there is going, but you know, thing is, it's hard to make them run whenever you're so weak already too, and it's still saying, you know, that they're doing fine, and I guess they are, right, because they have units I don't even know about here, but oh, taking tower fire. Getting the Noblars to run into Bugman's Rangers is most excellent indeed. We need to turn Fire at Will off on the Slayer Pirates because we need to save their shots for big things in the event that they come up. These Slayers meeting their doom against Ogre Bulls here. Now, this is actually a pretty rough engagement. These Slayers might just lose. Can't decide to take a Saturn with Street Card and all games on it. Or launch PS3. Well, you know, I'm partial to the Sega Saturn in that matchup. You know, I feel like, you know, it's old enough where the classic aspects can be appreciated, you know, and not like be like, man, this is real classic. Oh, Copperpot, get back here. These saber tusks with their high weapon strength. See, that's the thing about Slayers, is they don't have armor, so a lot of things trade very decently into them. But it looks like, you know, we might not even be able to withdraw from this battle now if we're not careful. But that balance of power is creeping over. here. We'll go this way. No, it's all AP. We just need Slayer Pirates there and there. No, no, no. Need to get the firepower in there. Oh boy, and then he makes contact, but I think we're alright, yeah. Everybody else gets their pistol shots in. I think he eats up that unit of Slayer Pirates, but hey, at least we live. Oh geez, and then they take that time for the Lord to come in. You know, we might have blundered. No, we cannot put the big guy in there. Wow, that was a big thing. I'm glad we ran away from it. Because we need to shoot him with armor piercing and everything. No, we got him now. Okay, yeah. As the Slayer Pirates now, he's big enough to shoot over the backs of our own troops very safely. So we are lighting him up. Gorgeous. And that's all that they wrote for Groundbreaker Malron. We're not going to let him get away and heal. We are going to shoot him up. Of course, that took all of our remaining ammo, but we shatter him and pop him. But that's all of our ammo. But after coming so far, I mean, would we really abandon retaking the hold when we're inside? No way. Fight! Fight, Dawi! Fight! Stand your ground! Nothing can stop us! We will have vengeance! Man, if I had tankards in this army, then... well, Copperpot would have full HP, and it would be fine. But it's still fine. Attack the Orcs! Oh, these guys came back. Of course they did. You know, the 11 troops we have there aren't really enough to deal with it. But if we need to send Bugman's Rangers here, because they have the healing. Oh, no, no, no. There, we get fire from that tower there. We can't go in that way. We probably can't go in anyway if we got those towers, right? Well, maybe they'll keep on throwing units at us and we'll army loss them from the gates. Because we cannot deal with the towers. God, a little tarnish on him. Indeed. Because we'll just stand here with our shielded units and eat the missiles, right? And heal up from them, and then they won't have the missiles anymore. Yep, and that's exactly what we do. They're not even getting through our HP because they're not strong enough, right? Yeah, they don't have what it takes. We'll just keep on drinking the Bugmans. You see our healing cap, that's like, you know... I'm like, oh, these guys, can we fight here without the tower getting us? Yeah, definitely. You know, we have one last bomb. And we'll just tank all their ammo. I'm not too proud. Look, this is what you have to do, right? You know, we're using our army's strength. This is what Bugman's Rangers are for. It's for taking incredibly weird sieges. And when they run out of ammo, then we will run in. Because, like, I don't think they have anything big anymore on the whole map. I don't think they do. So they are almost gone. But, of course, our army is just shoestrings. So that's why they aren't fleeing, right? Because ammo counts for how they calculate your strength. So they know my cannons are out of ammo. They know that my archers are all out. But, of course, we're getting them out of ammo, too. We charge upon them there. I think we're gonna get it. This is the greatest siege of my career. No, right, we can't go up there. Because once they're out of ammo, then we can slide up and we'll run interference for the tower with the engineer and try to take this land. And then move in, because we've dealt with all their heroes and big stuff. I think all of it. I think they would have sent something if they had more, but oh, okay. We're actually running out of time. We are running out of time. We will draw if this goes on too much longer. I forgot. Well, then, you know, that wouldn't be retreating. That would just be running out of time, and then we'd come back and fight again. But we have 7 minutes to get it done. Moving forward here isn't a choice that we can do. We're getting chipped down a very small amount, but they're losing all of their ammo here. The amount of models we're using in a trade for that is suitable. They have 2 towers here. How do we do it? Because if we can break those, then that'll hurt them as well, and we can get in there. We just gotta... We're going to leave this one here to get shot at. I feel like that is actually important. And then here, we're charging in, but... Oh, we walked into one of their traps, and now all of our guys are getting hurt by it. But if we can distract the tower there. These Bugmans have lost like 8 models, but they've tanked all of that. Man, if only we hadn't taken so much like Copperblight. We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to clear this battle. These guys are so bad, they take forever to shoot. It's okay. We got these trappers, and we get that point. Oh, no, not the Iron Blaster. I forgot. Oh, we're dead, guys. We're toast. Maybe all the Slayers will be able to bring it down. Oh, it's a chariot monster. It's not just out of ammo. Alright, maybe we can drag it down quickly. You know, actually, the Slayers are having a party, right? The Slayer Pirates are, after all, still Slayers. If Copperpot gets killed by it, though, that would be very bad. We're just going in. We're just going in. Copperpot can't flee. If we get it down, maybe that'll be the army loss. There must have a bunch of HP. Or, yeah, we will get those. Yeah, there we go. And it goes down. Wonderful. We're not going to lose. We might draw. But I think that might be... yeah, I'm the greatest. Dwarfs are the greatest. Yes, Copperpot. Copperpot forever. After all, once it charged in, it was locked in there with me. Yeah. Copperpot, it's time to get you and your army outfitted with some stuff. You're a great man, Copperpot. Dwarf. What a triumph. The Slayers fulfill their oaths, and we occupy the Demon Stump. Copperpot! And of course, with access to global recruitment, we're gonna get some more Slayers right quick. And, you know, those Bugman Rangers, they did the work. You know, do you want them all the time? But for very specific purposes. Get it all the way done. Take a couple of gyros. I mean, really, like, more premium stuff would be great for this army, but, you know, you do what you can. We'll give him Birnoth Knucklebreaker here, and then that'll, you know, another engineer will suit well in the army, and then before too long, you know, we'll have somebody else coming in. Oathkeeper and Bugman will be able to just bounce on over. Awesome. Yes, we will quickly rebuild his army. Oh yeah, let's real quick before we forget. Just generate some nice items and distribute them to his army, and then, you know, because part of the Dwarfs, we have a mechanic called Oath Gold that allows us to access these special items that we can generate. Now, at the beginning of the game, you know, it's tricky to get a lot of stuff, but later on, well, later on it's a mite easier. A lot of things in the game that are restricted early become unrestricted depending on what race you're playing, what sort of plan you've got going on. And with the Dwarves, you have a very outrageous late game where you can generate arbitrarily large numbers of amazing items, where you can generate huge numbers of heroes, where you have essentially infinite mana. Money. You'll often hear me call it arbitrarily large because that's like what we call it in Magic the Gathering. Dragon Slayer's boots? No, we will get Gatekeeper's belts. That's what we need. That was so awesome. And like when we get heroes into the army too, the armies just get better and better, so we can like increase our range damage and ammunition with the engineers as they level up, because this guy is like still learning how to be a great engineer. But now he knows a little better. And then it's going to be time for the Realms of Khorne, but first Copperpot must
Time for a reckoning for the wisdom
get...
of
Yeah, we didn't have any items on him at all. Well, you know, the Executioner's Axe, because that's good against ogres, and Copperpot is the executioner of his foes. Yeah. Tinker to the Old Guard, Gatekeeper. And then here we tankered belt. So this Ranger's Crossbow, I actually think you shouldn't use this on the gyros. I think it's too good. Because now I'm seeing it's 50 base missile damage, so it goes on each shot. I don't care, I'm going to do it anyway.
Demon Slayer.
But anyway, so that just like triples the listed damage that they get. Because their base missile damage goes from 16 to 66. I mean, it's just regular, not armor piercing, so... FT later? No, doubtful. I've got work today. Not like in an hour later on, but... I played just a bit the other day and got Beowulf and Race. I'm just so obsessed with this campaign. Scully Clanbreaker moves south. Brimson goes that way, and Malakai continues churning them up. And we should take the... the cool Slayer runes out, and he doesn't need... There's the Seeking and the Pen. Yeah, the Burning, we'll leave that off. Alright. And, you know, I don't guess they got any of their Blessings of the Lady here in this army, but it's time for them to strike out into the world. And here in the Realm of Khorne, what the people want to see. And it's time for Okri Brynbright to... swap his ancillaries for something a little spicier. Rune of Courage, irrelevant here. All right.
My anger burns bright. I won't do it. Yes, Demon Slayer. Oh, time for a rest. Slayer, die like a slayer. Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer.
It's a lot of Demon Slayers up here, and we are all going to brawl. We'll send 2 in a stack there, and 2 in a stack here. Hargrim Ironforge and Hugrim Silverhorn. These are the... Hargrim Ironforge. Oh, dude must have been injured. Well, you know, it's alright. They're losing all their heroes. We'll replace them as we go with stuff. Oh, so we got the new thing. We need to get some more of these grudge settlers into other armies, but not right now. Alright, so Realm of Khorne moving in. Here, here, here. Daled Steelbeard gets to push up this way. And we'll just freeze this army for a turn while we get a hero or 2 into it.
Dragon Slayer, Dishonored. Ready to do the guild's bidding. Doom Chaser. Maybe your doom is yet to come. Aye, it is time to do.
We did scouting. That's not really what I wanted to do. All right, let's.
Got men. It shall be done. I do not think so.
All right, Long Zhong's there, and this guy, I doubt he'll push out there. Yeah, no, we've got a 17 stack wall there. He ain't pushing out there. And this Slanesh fool is here. There's a little bit, yep. And then, you know, just also, you know, when we get, you know, just like Phoenix down on Orlando and other stuff there, you know, that'll help. And, you know, just another couple levels might be the difference. And then, you know, there's also, then there's like Ultra Cheese. Look, there's Brave Modifying, like Blade Grasp Cheese. That's one kind. But then there's like put re-raise on your person and make somebody invisible and hide in a corner cheese. And that's not playing the game. And Knucklebreaker runs on down. We need to get... Oh, yeah. Magic attacks.
What can I do? Runlock. If you say so, Beardling. Better wheels, lad. Strengthen the shield wall. Ready to do the kill.
Some stuff there. Alright, that's all of that. This guy's still recruiting. He's moved. Ah, yes, Lun Thunderstone and the others.
Hair dye. Squig blood's good. Let's be having them.
And while we could bring other people to this battle, you know... While we could be bringing other people to this battle, let's brawl. We got other armies here. But Lun is like... Lun Thunderstone ain't your ordinary guy. DSI versus 3DS. So yeah, you know how you were like on the other guy, like, oh, can he heal? Lun can heal. Lun can heal like he's a freaking vampire. Lun has 60 physical resistance, 28 ward save for a non-magical damage reduction of 88%. Lun will get it done. Alright, so they are reinforcing from over there. And right there with just a couple. So what we're going to do is a real pro gamer move. So all their reinforcements are coming here, right? So we're going to prepare to pop the reinforcements. We're going to send our guys to pop Tretch. And then we will dive on them as they come out, as is tradition. We'll probably move like a cannon, like, yeah, because they'll be coming off all on this wall, but that's just where we want them. No, we don't even have that much of a front line, so we're just going to dive them, right? Because we can grape shot swap when they're right there. But, yeah, should be fine. They'll get some guys coming in from this direction. We'll be able to counter them with what we've got on the ground. And then, of course, we'll also be able to do a bombing run on them when they come in. Get some Tretch. Where are you going? No, I'm right here, Tretch. Where are you going? No, we outside right now. Why are you trying to run? Why are we running? And he's already running, but we're gonna wait for the reinforcements to come in while we chase him. He's running, but we are just as quick when we've got him slowed down with our aura as he is while he's running. And then we tag him again. Now he's slowed down. Tretch trying to run, but we've got him suppressed and beat down. Of course, now they're all here. And we are, unfortunately, still chasing him. Oh, jeez. This is super bad, right? This is super bad because now our... You know, I fell into the trap. And I let Lun run away from all these guys. Fortunately, you know, we've got something here. Because they've got a whole bunch of really scary stuff here, but they're locked in here with me. It's alright. We take an absolute ton of damage from their artillery, but we keep them back on the wall. Obviously, they're going to have more stuff coming out, but when we get the real guys there, it'll be fine. We take way more damage than we should. This guy is... It says they're the same speed, but man, oh man. But now with the rats coming in, it's time. Bum ba da da bum bum ba da da bum bum ba da da. Oh, beautiful, is it not? And now we're getting in there. We keep going here. Can they get us this way? No, we're just going to keep on shooting him. Pretty annoying what a master dude like that will do, but, you know, they can't hope to put a dent in our artillery, and they can't get through this choke point that they have placed themselves in. Shame. And we're gonna throw a little Zufbar army ability down here. And boy, does it ever crunch them. Yes. And anyway, this is the Dawi dream, you know. The Skaven hordes come in, but, you know, foolishly. Hey, Arcade, thank you, man. That's very generous. How cool. Say, keep the battle alive for supplies to reinforce your own. Yes, well, you know, we could have brought in reinforcements. But you know what's cooler than bringing in reinforcements? Doing it all yourself. Yeah, we, you know, Lun, we fell into Tretch's trap, which is trying to, so rats get a lot faster when they run, and Tretch Craventail is the most cowardly of all of the legendary rats. He, like, gets bonuses after he runs away and stuff, and he runs away faster, so, like, while I thought we could, like, because Slayers are fast for a dwarf, that's the tooltip, but while they are fast for a dwarf, they don't always be able to get it. That's really sold a card to funny. Well, thank you, you know, that's it's very cool of you, always. Ooh, that's awesome. Loon gets 12% more speed now the next time somebody tries to run from him. Yeah, you know, now he's at 47 listed speed. How can we make him quicker? No, he already has. He's already in his final form. Well, we might give him a different sword eventually, if we got an appropriate one. The Molotov form. Yeah, it got the work in. Alright, so we need to wear the other Trickster Shard on somebody here. Yeah, the Thane. The other Trickster Shard, you'll hear me talk about this ability all the time. It's an aura that lowers ward saves. So, like, all of the physical resist, missile, spell, flame, and overall raw damage reduction, it lowers all of them by 20%. So, if somebody has 20 ward, 20 physical, and 20 missile, this will get rid of all of that. And now you'll do 60, that 60% reduction they were going to do is all gone. It's very good. But we're just equipping some stuff on people. No idea who they are, but we're here, so we're going to do it. Look, you don't... I mean, I actually recognize who this guy is, right? And Iron Warden's Wardstone is better on him because he's fighting Warriors Chaos. We'll give this guy a hammer and... Alright, wonderful stuff. All of these guys have moved. Lun gets that done. And actually, now that I'm like, Tretch fled, so we're going to be able to get his trait with somebody else. That is excellent. We will continue the siege here. Getting traits that are desirable is very nice to do. So we're going to get here. because we are besieging the settlement, Tretch won't be able to hide behind it so well. And, oh, non-character. I'm like, ooh, we could give him more speed. No, non-character unit. We pop him, and now he gets 12% more speed as well. Very good. Aerostorm battle. Dude, so the Wood Elves, they're my favorite elf faction by a huge margin. Wood Elves, you know, they live in the forest, so they're very good at archery, but then they also get, like tree spirits. So, like, dryads, and then bigger, you know, like, they have the man-sized trees, and then bigger, and then giant trees with, like, you know, massive tree armor-piercing swords. They're very cool. My favorite hero of theirs is called, or legendary lord that leads it. They're the Sisters of Twilight. It's a blonde one and a dark-haired one. The blonde-haired one is the mean one, and the dark-haired one is the reasonable one who's not so crazy. Little twist on the trope. And they ride around on a giant bird or a dragon and shoot a bunch. It's great. And you can have a bunch of other, like, flying birds that have elves shooting arrows on them. Because we've got, like, our helicopter force, which is good. I'm just bad with them. But I was actually okay with using the others. They have more range, so it's more forgiving, but we just stay getting a million items everywhere. Now, Emmerich, we're just going to trespass over his land. I don't care.
Well, what is it? Do not squander the Dragon Prince's time.
Like, I literally don't care. I dare him to say something to me. Look, he's an Elgi, okay? And we will deal with him. Union characters? Yeah, they are. And the thing about, so, with Wood Elves, they, you know how, like, all the factions are different. So, you know, dwarves, they have their dwarf holds. They're really important. You want to expand, like, through historically where the dwarves were. Well, the Wood Elves have magical forests, and their whole thing is they don't care about building stuff like most people do. It's just the tree, and then they need to pacify the woodlands outside, make friends with people, or kill the people there. And then they can do a ritual for, like, permanent benefits, basically, and that's how their campaign works. So, it's like you need to defend, but you only have like a couple places you ever truly care about, and that's a lot of fun. I think we're just going to, all right, so the Slayer boys are doing well there. We need to build up here. Introduce green colors. Oh yeah, for sure. You play Magic also? I haven't played in a long time. I collect, you know. No, not like a long, I mean, I guess I played for like 10 years, you know. The last 10 years. I didn't play whenever I was younger, although I had friends that did. Well, I mean, I did play when I was younger. Everything you did is something you did when you were younger. To borrow Mitch Hepburg's joke on the subject. Alright, are the vampires going to come out? I doubt it. I bet they've got their own thing going on.
Move. Doom Chaser. Just don't get
I'm like, you know, I bet Quarrelers would be good here. Do we have access to them? Yeah. Like, I bet the Humble Quarreler would be real good.
The axe thirsts for war.
Alright, we'll stand there at the breach. Ice Age was for Star Trek. Oh, nice, nice. I love Ice Age art. I don't collect that one specifically. Like, there's some full sets I collect. Like, I collect Kamigawa. I don't have the full ones, but I got, like, most of them. And then, like, Strixhaven I thought was cool, so I got it. And then, like, the D&D set. And, but Like, I've got... Yeah, I really like the art as well. So, like, I just have, like, binders where I'll, you know, have the sets in order, you know, and then I'll just, like, flip through them and look at the stuff. And then I also, like, I have a bunch of friends that play Commander and stuff. That was the main one I played, although I dipped into Modern a little bit. Although, like, I liked more of the social and, like, sort of, like, creative aspects of building a deck and playing. So Modern wasn't really for me, although I was good at it. It, like... But yeah, it looks so good in the binder. Indeed. I'm like, let's... Like, yeah, I'm like, here's one of the binders we got. This is like our legendary creature binder, right? And I just delight in old stuff like this terrible card, Tobias Andrion, you know, from Legends. I love stuff like that. I have a whole deck for Commander that is just cards where the flavor text is from real world literature. That one's great. What are we missing for the adventures? We just haven't done this one yet. We finally clicked it on. But, yeah, that's... I have a bunch of decks that I love. If you know Wilson, the bear, I adore Wilson the bear, because Sir Barrington is, like... I didn't play D&D. I haven't played, like, D&D tabletop. Like, not really. I played, like, one game for... a handful of sessions, and like I had a good time, but you know it didn't end up working out, you know. Have retrospectively, no, although I saw they were going back to Strixhaven. I actually, whenever I started saving for the computer a couple of years ago was the last time I bought a pack, and they did like a couple of sets that are absolutely my jam, like the small creatures with swords and armor, you know, like a badger in a helmet with an axe is so absolutely my jam, and I still didn't buy any of it. But no, I've just been saving money for a while. Well, trying to save it, you know. Real with someone alive one day. Yeah, you know, maybe I will. You'll like this. You'll be impressed when you hear the story. So once I bought like it was one of the Commander Legends things, whatever the set was called. You know, I'm not in Magic Brain mode, so I can't find what it was. You know, they were blue. It was the first of the Commander ones that was specifically for it. Blah blah blah, and I got a box of them, and then I didn't even open all of it. I kept the box in like my drawer, and every day when I got out of work, I would rip open just one pack. And then when I was telling one of my friends that I was doing it, he looked at me like I was crazy. He's like, "When are you a guy with self-control?" I'm like, "Well, this is different."
For the wisdom of Valaya.
And Scory Stonebeard here, look, we're honor-bound to fight demons wherever we find them.
Time to slay Oathbreakers.
Alright, guys, let's brawl!
An outrage to core. A war.
We're not going to do this manually because, well, we're going to be fighting a lot of Khorne here in the future. Perfect Vigor. Skag Red Axe. Well, we've got Azag the Slaughterer as our neighbor, too. Well, honor forbids us to be noticing that orcs are nearby as well, right? Obviously, like, if there's some Groby, like, we're gonna get them. What am I saving up for? Oh, rainy days. Just for rainy days.
Anad. Let us set. Summon me if you dare.
'Cause I try to live just, like, super cheaply.
Let us begin.
But, you know, always wanna be prepared. And it's not like I don't treat myself all the time. I am always eating, like, the most delightful snacks. And here we just need to build some more of this line building so that we can get single turn recruitment there. Yeah. Alright, that's all of that, and all of that, and all of that. Grombrindal has already... Oh yeah, we autoed there. And then I guess we'll do Malakai's... I mean, we could probably do it this turn. Arcade, my goodness. You are generous indeed today, my friend. Well, yes. Yeah, we'll, for a rainy day. Thank you so much. That's amazing. But yeah, we'll grab a pack. I'll make sure that you're around in the stream, and then we'll see what we get. Thanks, man. That's super cool of you. All right, let's get going. Well, Malakai is... This army has 3 units out of it. We can just do this adventure right now. It'll, of course, be one without old Gotrek and old Felix, but we'll figure out how to get it done. And the Heart of Malevolence, that'll be a very nice thing. This is something that we should get for, like, when we finally get the rune smith for the rememberer for Grombrindal's army. We need to get that on him, you know, to you know, hold the line there. All right. Well, it's gonna be a brawl, you know. We've got our cannons, we've got our single thunder barge. Malakai's army is so respectable and decent, right? Also, Luke, I figured out how to break the gyros. I figured it out. You know that dang ranger weapon that's green in the tree, Luke? In the Oath Gold thing? It gives you 50 base missile damage, right? 50 base missile damage, not 50% base missile damage. You know what the base missile damage is? It's 16 times 10 shots. And that is why in that one armor we were listing at 2,400 missile strength over it, because we quadruple the base missile damage with one green weapon on these gyro guys. And you still have healing and unbreakable. Exactly. Get resighted, lads. They got more stuff for us to shoot. That's right. And then there's gonna be like some other, I forget what even goes on here. Like one of these guys is... I literally don't remember how this battle works. It's fine. We'll just, you know, we'll just defend the artillery, and we'll be okay. Because if you just put the cannons here, no, here, yeah, because we've got Malakai cannons, right, with 500 range from beatings a 10. So we'll just set up on the hill here. With Malakai back, they'll dig in and be able to just rain absolute carnage on them. You know, why am I acting like we gotta be precious about this? And then, of course, Max will be able to... Because, man, oh man, with an Ironbreaker front line like so... Giant Slayers to back them. I love this army. We don't need it to be this good, but it is, though. Good news, we're gonna spike this guy. They're gonna get so tuned up here. 1.5k. Oh my goodness. Let's juice it. 1.2.1k listed on a regular cannon. You know, I guess we'll just stay over here and get it done, right? Because the thing with the Grudge Thrower Settlers, this is like, you gotta have one of these in every artillery army, right? Because Monstrous Impact is just crazy for this work. This is an enemy spawn in those two battle. Oh yeah. We have to shoot him. I'm like, we could fight for a long time before they get across, but we did the vampire one. You know, without Gotrek and Felix, they're different value propositions, right? Oh goodness, we're gonna die. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so dumb. We're gonna lose. I mean, we probably won't lose. We'll probably just shoot at him with cannons. It'll be fine. But jeez. Anyway, I should not play with gyros against literally anyone who can fly. And they're the best units, and I am so bad. I should just bring a front line and play like a dwarf. No, it's 720 range. It's 500, and then they dig in because we got the Zatan 15% range, and then Eyes of Grungi for him standing next to him for 10% more. Look, we earned these cannons. These cannons, we weren't born with these cannons, okay? We had to work for them. And Max is gonna show this tree man what's up. Boom! Pretty good. And now they're shattered. Huzzah! Well, of course, we, reports of the gyrocopter's death was greatly exaggerated. Hilarious. Battle probably not tuned for you to be able to just shoot across the entire deployment zone. The thing is, though, is... I guess all of the battles are built for you to use a normal army with the adventure units that you get for that, you know. The Skaven, a normal army plus the Thunder Barges would definitely let you do that battle, right? The Vampire one lets you restock your Gyro Bombers, so you send Gotrek and Felix over and pop them. I think they are tuned for Gotrek and Felix. But, because cannons with Dig In can already shoot over there. And 440 range, you can probably, on that ridge, even shoot the Tree Man from there. Probably without boosted range, just with, like, the Eyes of Grungi and nothing else. But, the artillery is not tuned for being able to shoot across the entire map, and that's why I'm glad we have it, you know. We earned it. And the Heart of Malevolence is there. Gyrocopter's gotten a lot harder these days without firewall moving. Yeah. But you get it... No, that's right. You don't get it through there. Yeah, because you can't just go there and do it. Yeah. It's like you need to... But that's why, you know, you use your regular army to blow up their regular army while you're there, and then you send Gotrek and Felix over quickly to fight the train. But if you don't know the train is coming, of course. Well, why don't you know the train is coming? we'll keep that one as it is. All right, we'll do a pass on the deeps in like a turn. And that'll probably be it. I mean, we don't even need to, right? It'll be nice to see our upkeep go to 0 on everything when we recruit it. Use class counterpart to weaker or stronger certain types of this game. Oh yeah, for sure. There are certain things that sort of break the balance, like if you have a small lord with incredible damage resistance that does armor piercing damage, because then, you know, normally something, you know, that does a bunch of damage with a bunch of resist, like maybe they're going to be on a dragon though, right? So even if it's hard to shoot them, you can, or hard to get them down with missile fire, you can shoot them with like a million things. But in the late game, when you get all of the ducks in all of the rows, well, it's a different thing. But no, the game is balanced for how armies play without campaign abilities, which is very fun because it allows you, the player, to have a vastly different experience when you're playing that faction. You know, like, it's when you play against the Chaos Dwarves at the beginning of the game, they're fair. If you let them play for 200 turns, they're crazy. It's like that with a lot of factions, you know. If you let them get all the way up off of the ground, you're going to have a crazy fight in front of you. And we're a faction that at least can work against Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves, Skulltaker, I'm embarrassed at you. A peace treaty, some champion of Khorne you are. Yeah, peace for the peace god. We'll have peace when the Hearth of Valaya rests in every corner of the realm here. The Realm of Khorne it will no longer be. Ooh, a brass citadel. If I was designing the map, though, there would definitely be something along the lines of, like, okay, you've conquered the whole Realm of Khorne, and now if you fight a Khornate army anywhere on the map, they immediately start crumbling or something, you know, like you've so screwed up their demons that their demons, like, can barely hold on when they see you. Not that you need it. If you're capable of conquering the Blood God's realm, obviously you've solved the problem of beating a Khornate army. I say that. I've just gotten engaged with Skarbrand, who will delete at least one of my forces because I won't know where he's at. But, you know. May not necessarily. Oh, Luke, you missed an absolutely brilliant siege. With Copperpot. With Gorz Copperpot, we took his little shoestring Slayer Pirate, Bugman's Rangers, Cannon Force together. We fought an Ogre army. It was pretty good. We had to restart it because I blundered it first. And then we went and sieged them and did we cracked in the walls. And we ended up doing it, fast forwarded with a bunch, but with like 5 minutes left. Just a shoestring of Slayers. Copperpot had 400 hit points because we didn't put the items on him yet. Pretty bad work there. The Engineer was super tuned up. We had, we were having the Bugman's Rangers soak a bunch of hit points of ammo, figuring their shields plus regen would work for it. Oh, no. Well, we're not going to do this because we're moving it along. Nobody home, 20 leadership for Demons of Chaos, Khorne always. Exactly, something like that. Yeah, the negative leadership would be way better. And then, loses Unbreakable. In case anything got Unbreakable of theirs, it would just be like, look, you're not anymore. The benefits of there, or like a weakened Mark of Khorne. That would probably be even harder to do, the weakened Mark of Khorne, right? Yeah, that would be definitely weaker. That would be harder to do, replace a thing. Well, I think it would be harder. I don't know how this game works. Don't let me talk about the difficulty of computer programming as if I know. I have a small amount of modding It's super annoying. It's fine. That's super annoying. We get to do the whole intern again because they wounded Felix with a hero action. I hate everything. I feel like he's the only one that's got that wounded. Yeah, but like for the story.
Demon Slayer.
If there was one part of the game that I would have taken out from Warhammer 1 onward, it's hero actions. Because theoretically, they add like a layer of campaign map interaction. In 1, it was worse because their effects weren't passive. You had to physically like click on a settlement with a hero, like your own friendly ones, to get it to work, which was another layer of, you know, work, which is fine, but like, man. You already gets putting Sonic 2 on the cart. Just very snugly on top, yeah. No, I did a sub-mod for Mountain Blade Warband, a Clash of Kings, which was the only thing I used to play on my channel, like, you know, 11 years ago, 12 years ago when I started. Uses for the player and frustrating from the eye, yeah. I mean, it's just super annoying. And then when you're fighting against anyone where you would want to do it, it's like the Skaven get like, you know, so much like protection from it that you can't even use it against them. And sure, it makes sense that they're doing it, but like, I don't know, I like the ability to assassinate the hero agents on the map when they're not in an army. I feel like being in an army should give you significant protections from it. And then, like, encampment stance should give you even more, which it doesn't give you any. But, because, like, if you're running on the map to, like, scout or do something, then, yeah, 100%. But I like, when they're embedded in armies, I don't like it. The other actions against an army, slowing them down, assaulting units, the other hero actions I'm fine with. It's just killing my heroes, because it's so annoying. Warhammer 1 was so basic compared to this. Oh, for sure. For sure. But, you know, you know, 2 was the sweet spot where, I mean, I love 3, obviously. I'm not going to go back to 2. But 2 was where they solved, in my opinion, every extreme problem that Warhammer 1 had, which was just that unsettlable climates led to identical gameplay loops for factions and a lack of agency that was really bad. And then also the chaos incursion at the end was very one note, you know. Because, like, you can get a trait that makes you better at wounding aggressors, but first you have to, like, not get wounded, and where's that at, right? Alright, they wound him again. I guess we're having that. I guess we're having that. We're not reloading again. Look, the story is that Felix got wounded when we arrived at the Realm of Khorne.
Demon Slayer. Arcane winds under control. Demon Slayer. No. Find another source. If you say so, Beardling. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer.
And we'll just get this guy. Ready to roll with a
Yes,
incredibly awesome and basic army.
it is time. Agreed. I've captured the riot by a slave.
And he'll be ready to go next turn with a full army. And that's the thing, right? Like, they can wound our heroes, but we'll just get into another army. They can't break our style. They can't hold us down. All they can do is make me very sad over the end turn. And if I just get over that, then we'll be fine.
Onward. Follow a young dishonored.
Hard number on say it's well, you know, it's runecraft, so really he's just ruining them up, you know, because
The scar, don't ask.
you played the D&D arcade beat 'em up. Oh, okay, cool. I don't guess I am familiar with that one. No, I wish I made my own terrain for Warhammer. I'm such like a bad Warhammer fan, right? Like I'm like a very typical Warhammer 40k collector, you know, where people are like, "Oh, do you play?" I'm like, "I own an army."
The ancestors agree. Sure.
Like, when's the last time you played a match? I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. Years?"
I'm no leader.
Disbanding Slayers is bad, but, you know, we shouldn't have recruited him anyway. Scouting, I did it again! Oh my goodness.
Agreed. I've cast the rune.
Sharpen weapons is the ability. Alright, he's just gonna sit still again. No, we'll move him forward.
Right.
We can only wait so long. Ridiculous behavior.
A runesmith's duty is never done. I hope we're out. Die, glorious.
Like Streets of Rage. There's a weapon that gives AP range damage? No, there is not. But, I mean, honestly, 10, the reload time reduction of 15 plus 50 base missile damage is, I mean, because they don't really run out of ammo. I mean, I did, but no, because the only thing you can really get, Frostbite plus Chilling Aura, because Frostbite plus Chilling Aura is objectively very better than just their native suppression. But of course, if you can quadruple their base missile damage, then and get 15% on their AP, you know, might as well. And the Prosperous Pickaxe. Well, the Sundering would apply, but the AP damage would not. Because that is, you know, the damage on stuff like that does differentiate for the missile and the regular. Otherwise, yeah, because you can get the Sundering, which overrides suppression, which theoretically is okay, depending, but, you know, if you're with your typical gyro stack, they all have heavy armor piercing anyway. Although, if you had one with the armor-piercing gun and then the other one with, you know... So long Drung's there, and of course Ungrim is now springing into action. He's like, oh, we're finally going. Good. I was afraid you didn't want to. And Daled, we're going to pull him in here to support Logan Redmane as we move into the Circles of Hell Pit. I imagine it'll be easy enough. Logan's army is a little punchy, right? Like, it's a lot of a front line. Not that much of a back line, but, you know, we don't have too much to defend, you know. And, hey, 2 Thunder Barges. I mean, we do have an Organ Gun and a cannon, and then, you know, the Iron Drake. So I guess it's not too much of a back line at all. And it's actually a more balanced army than many of mine. Your computer slows down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yep. I think it's just whatever they're using to render the sense of depth is challenging for the game engine.
You know who I am? Demon Slayer, Bane of Demons. It shall be done. Beards in belts. Column.
Pop Trika again. That lighting change. Yeah, lighting. Lighting and then the fog, probably. You know, there's... It's funny how things that don't add that much to your experience, to your computer, are like, oh man, I'm dying now. Make your land like reality. Indeed. I mean, look, when you're... You might as well get an Undercity on Ulthuan. These fools are just like, you know, they can't do anything to us. They're... You know, and I bet... Oh, because he lost the... That's what happened to him. Throg lost the first circle of Hell Pit, which he desperately needed because all the other ones are minor. Alright, so that's all of that. Scory Stonebeard.
Attack! Big on. Top. My anger burns bright.
Like, what if we put the fog to lower? It's probably just battle fog. I swear they need different settings that are like, make the campaign map not explode. But that was definitely a shift, so maybe that'll help. It's getting hot in this room. All right. Getting hot. Like the... I can always tell when my fan on the computer is having to work way harder, because I'm like, wait, why do I feel this way? I'm not mad. I'm like, oh, it's just hot here. That's okay.
On what? Casting the runes. Demon Slayer. But that armor's heavy, eh? Young'uns rush to the killing. Demon Slayer. Who are you? The Eye King? For the wisdom of the
Truth Teller about to get off the ground. Scally Clanbreaker coming down. Furrow brow. Gonna furrow his brow this way. We'll just move to encampment here, figuring they could be there theoretically. Copper pot!
engineer at your service. Ready. Get these cannons moving.
Copper pot, of course, the big hero of the recent times. Black Crag, Apex, and Krakosaur just hop skipping it away. Indeed. I'm thinking that obviously we want to... Yeah, I think we'll just absorb... Well, get absorbed by the High King, right? Because clearly it will be better if we take Belegar's army and, you know, meet up with the others and, you know, have a glorious thing as opposed to just having him do his work too. They should have great weapon Thanes. Thanes and Dwarf Lords should have a choice between the shielded variant and like a great weapon variant. That's the kind of world I want to live in. Because great weapon Thanes would be great. They could still have, like charge reflect, you know. Alright, all of those have moved, and he moved. Gromby did that. We need to spin up another army over here. I mean, not really. Somewhere with Thunderbarge recruitment. Magma Cavern up there. Yeah, we'll just... Here at this Karak. Get a little bit of Iron Hammers. Of course, the Thunder Barges do cost 160 to recruit, so that's pretty rough. We'll get like 3 of them, sure. Yeah, our economy no recovery. Indeed. I mean, think of it. 116% more upkeep. Are we really going to get viable, like, results out of this army? That's what we should be asking ourselves.
For the wisdom of Valaya. Time for a reckoning. Move.
Copper pot.
Grudges will be set.
And Bugman, of course, assassin trained here.
Demon Slayer. Something over there.
And we'll just push on through that way. Yeah, we're, you know... This war is ending before our pals can get up there. But we do want Thoric to have land further in this direction, right?
Will be inscribed in Clinkeroon.
Not the main stuff. Red Moss Stronghold. Can he get it? Oh, we can just use our cheat menu. Look, this is... This is just a thing the game should always have had. You know, look, it's next to his land, right? Because we don't want him to be locked up in this area where he's not, like, getting anywhere. We can give him the wastes? Yeah, we'll give him the wastes. No, we don't want to give him the wastes because that might mess with his AI. It'd be better to give him just these lands as we go through. Yeah. Give him the horn. Alright, and then we'll be able to keep his lands going in that direction. And Ungrim, of course, he's going to move across the water here eventually. And, I mean, he's got stuff going on here. Is that Skulltaker? No, that is the Slaughter Fiends. Lame. I'm like, is it Skulltaker? The big guy's here. No. Alright, and turn. I'm so proud of how swiftly we're doing these turns. Now, really, there's a whole lot of time that we're saving because we no longer have to worry about buildings. Because we're so wealthy that we can just do it all in a big pass. Yeah, I mean... The Rune Lord... No, he's just the Lord. The Rune Lord is gone. Fergal Burnbright. Lord of Caragdoom. Formerly of the Gates Guard. Bearer of the Harrow of Smednir, the Anchor Chain, the Horn of the Ancestors, and the Rune of Fire. And the Blessing of the Lady of Valaya. Is there going to be some board slayers? Yeah, you know. Yeah. Not good to get him, is it? More hammerers. That's an army. Like, I love the idea of having like a 4 Thunderbarge army that sits to defend a place that will never ever be attacked. That to me is true dwarfdom, right? That is the true ascendance of the Dowie. Alright, and turn. Oh, we never moved a Knucklebreaker. Whoops. Might be a single round. Yeah, you know, we need our Thunder Barges for that. You know, we absolutely could have conquered the Realm of Khorne with like 2 armies, but it's more fun to bring Gotrek and Felix up there. Not that Felix is there. We just need to find a brawl with the big one. Like, we hardly want to conquer all of it. We need to make sure that we fight, like, hopefully, like, Skulltaker plus Kabanda. That would be the epic, right? Emmerich, if you think that we're going to have a non-aggression pact with you, Elgi, you haven't been paying attention. This is the greatest campaign I've ever played. I've never been so happy. And it's not even over. I mean, retake the realms, right? Not some of the realms. Primary threat, you. He is painted. Yeah, you know, I guess he does know what's up. And he has asked for non-aggression and trade many times. But I think he's just thinking, maybe we can see things each other's way. He doesn't know that I'm about to roll up with Scally Clanbreaker with an elf sword and point it at his face. No, Emmerich... Oh boy, Emmerich. I'm not too worried about him because we'll have the other Trickster Shard, and that will significantly reduce his tankiness. Emmerich will get, like, cartoon levels of resistant with ward save and missile resistance stuff, but other Trickster Shard and just, like, some organ guns or even some Thunderers once you get other Trickster Shard on him, and his 14,000 or whatever hit points will melt away. You'll see. You'll all see. Could Gotrek duel him? No. Gotrek plus abilities plus Felix... well, Felix ability. We just need Gotrek at 90% ward save, and then he can duel him. Emmerich hits super, super, super hard. He's not like the other boys on a dragon. He's... You know, there's a reason why people joke about Miao Ying being so impressed by him. He is the dragon boy. And he loses his Ulrika trait. Copper pot will just go in here. And Bugman will, as ever, be waiting in ambush. I assume we'll find Scav in here. Nope, just residual corruption from neighbors or from people inside, perhaps, but... Undercity? Oh, yeah. Can they do those in ruins, though? I thought if they got raised, then the Undercity went with it. I think it's probably just like a building, because you can have corruption in adjacent provinces. I think it was probably that. We'll see, though. Another T5 there for free. For free. Free tier 5 buildings. 40... It costs 45 for that. It costs 45 for that. You know, we, guys, I think we made it. You think you can spread it to a pre-race settlement? Oh. Oh, that is interesting, actually.
Doom Chaser. For the wisdom of Valaya.
There we go. Tier 5 Karakadrin. At last. Say don't coach on that. You play really. Yeah, probably more than I do. Alright, so here we... I think we drop one of the units of Bugman's here to get him in. Honestly, the flame cannon hardly is functional, but it's Gromby, so we should have a flame cannon.
How can I help? A rune's duty is never done.
And now begins the sagas of Story Truth Teller, the Chronicler of Grombrindal, the Great White Dwarf. Oh, there we get... So that green one gives you 50% missile strength, but of course reload time reduction would be better than that anyway. Oh, right. We needed him to have the Heart of Malevolence. We already have one other Trickster Shard in his army. Really, one's enough.
The dwarfs need me. Attack on us.
And the first in the Chronicle will be speeding up on this army. I mean, it'd be, you know, fun to shoot up, but functionally, you know, at this point in the game, it wasn't even at full HP, right? Vampire Slayer. And that one gave us ward save for him. No, that's... Now we have... Now we're going to go over here and finally get magic attacks someday on him. Oh, so you've got to get both of them down. I was like, I thought we already fought that one. There's 2 undead armies, and you got to get them both down for the thing. Okay, got it. Karadrin, I know you ain't trying to mess with me. Ooh. Oh, minor factions, fun. He's like, oh, I said no. I'm like, no, we're gonna fight. We're gonna brawl.
Don't stop till you're dead. We'll kick you out.
Here, they've already got to do both. I think it's just that maybe. Yeah, that's Karadrin too. That's the big dude. Of course, seeing him on the campaign map. Okay, Frostfire's so good. You know, we barely got him and used him at all in that Ashland playthrough. He's a crazy good hero. Like, this is my idea of the great kind of hero, right? Ultra fast, armor piercing, unbreakable, perfect vigor, you know. And of course, with high elves, you have access to so much healing.
Bane of demons, doom chaser, slayer. It's to doom.
But honestly, like, as funny as it would be to beat up on him, I mean, this is, well, I mean, nah, it's just, I mean, yeah. Let's move it ahead. Don't care to see Umgi in the mountains, obviously not king or otherwise, indeed. And these Umgi are, yeah, that's in the blizzard gap, but is that a correct? Squinting, I'm like, it doesn't look like one. But it should be one. You know, when we get absorbed into the High King's territory, I'm sure. Ooh. Yeah, the High King is having a time up here, right? Man, look at all of his armies. Grom's gromming. You know, it's, what are you gonna do, right? Grom is just gromming over here. I totally want this, though. Why? For better quarrelers.
You have a proposal? We are willing to hear it.
Marius.
Welcome, friends of the Dowie.
Come on, let me. What if we give you rib peaks for it? Come on. Bad side for Grom is that he's got those armies that doesn't strengthen their own. Well, you know. Disciples of Lamal with 77 settlements. Of course, we can see Scragg's AI is not passive. Well, okay, so Broken Axe isn't either. They have 53 settlements. They're just hanging out. They're having a feast, I guess is what's going on there. They're not... At 53 settlements, it's not like they are staying home. It's not like they're at the bottom of the stack.
My axe thirsts for war. Pay up. Dishonor.
We'll move Scully for the high place because we want to move him in here and there. Lines will break once we get absorbed. Indeed, yeah. Which is... I mean, I guess we're going to do that really soon, right? I mean, it's called for, obviously.
Malakai McKayson. Oh, aye. Ready to ship for war.
Yeah, think of the book, indeed. And we need to get these... These chumps of the mountains here. Oh, they get away. Well, you know, if they try to underway away, we'll probably catch them. I mean, you would be hard-pressed to be looking at Malakai's accomplishments and contributions, you know, to the Dwarfholds here and be like, you know, I think you haven't done enough. I think your Thunder Barges are unproven because, I mean, let's look at what the Thunder Barges have shown. A success rate of 100.
Sir Battle. No. Let us begin.
Yes, let us begin to get rid of that nonsense. Sharpen weapons like I wanted.
Leave it to me. Quickly. Chasm, chasm, chasm. Ah! My clan. For doom. Let's die glorious.
There. Realm of Khorne.
To be continued. Sit a while and listen.
What do you want?
Adventure ahead.
I hope.
An oath is an oath. Caragul is yours.
You know, it doesn't take that long to get him back up, I guess. He probably has, like, wound time reduction, too. But yeah, we'll,
Stop till you're dead. Death Seeker.
Ooh! We found them! We found Darius and Kabanda again! Good.
Grombrindal.
Gotrek and Felix desire this.
To doom, then. Doom chaser. Come with. All right, lads. I hope we're outnumbered. To doom.
They're in disguise, right? We need to
Everything was drawn on once. This
take that away from him.
follow it, you
Because we need that for Bugman for his theme stack. By the time we settle the Norse grudge, will be the gates of Osnash. Yes.
the ancestors.
Ready to brawl.
Let's be having you. What is it? They are death. They do find us here. Vengeful Rune Slayer. All that rock above feels grand. All right, lads. Got it.
All right.
Yes, lad.
Because, you know, they can... That's the thing, though. It's annoying, but here, we've got the lands up here, so with so many heroes, it's almost fine, you know. But we'll always be able to get more injected in. All right. Scully moves south. Furrowbrow's there. These guys have all moved. And we've moved in the mountains. He's gone. Gromby has moved already. And that is... I'm like, almost everyone? Not everyone. There we go. Wait, Iron Oh, I was like, a landmark? It's the port. You know. There's nothing here but worthless gold. Ew, here's a brawl.
Summon me if you dare.
Yeah, here's a brawl. I mean, they hardly have what they need to stand up to it, but it'll still be one. The only thing they need to make defending not highly frustrating was out of the deeps, for sure. Because being able to seal the hold and not get attrition, that's what dwarves needed, right? Because now, bam. But it would be better if the defense map was better, you know. All right. Well, I'm going to take a short break. And then we will be right back to do this. And make a little bit more money term. Just a little bit. Man, the deeps... The grudge system, great. The grudge settlers, fine. You know, is the grudge system great? Are the grudge settlers good? Yes. Are the deeps what you need to be happy? Ultra yes. Anyway, I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and we will continue on with more of this. All right. And of course, these absolute walnuts are not going to be able to do too much against us, but you know, it'll be a fun little taster for these armies. Oh, look at that. I guess these guys don't get Shield Wall of Grombrindal. Were they recruited before we got it? I guess sometimes they just don't get it. I don't know. Dig in cannon clicks, and now we're just gonna start lighting up everybody.
Fire!
143 speed, yikes. Well, you know, we're just going to pull them into the fire here. 143 speed on these Chaos Furies of Khorne. Bonkers. Of course, they lack armor piercing, unless they're like Slanesh, which don't. But by the gears of Zufbar, indeed. Yeah, and they're not even on the battlefield yet, and their first army's all the way gone. Of course, our lightning strike delays them getting here. I'm like, who's shooting at us? Oh, skull cannons. Yeah, whatever. We'll just let them. I don't think a skull cannon shooting at us and sitting still with a thunder barge would be able to kill a thunder barge. We're just gonna spear them. Egram, Chaos Lord of Khorne, is already totally trucked. You know, the outrageous power of artillery backed by artillery. Because when you get two armies, especially if you have one army with, like, some front line, like one of ours has some front line, and the other one's got 4 freaking Giant Slayers, which is some kind of front line, too. With like, this is... this is so outrageous. I love it. I love it. I regret nothing. Like, this is... this is so beyond what is necessary. Because they can't even get... this kill box is bonkers, right? They can't even get through the front of it. I mean... the true dream of the Dawi. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful in your whole life? Just heavy metal air support in the center. Flank guard done there. Flank guard moving in here. So Skullcrushers or Khorne are crazy. They beat Slayers pretty badly because Slayers lack armor piercing. But they don't beat Giant Slayers. They certainly don't beat a flank of Iron Slayers who will rip them into shreds. Like, to absolute shreds. A rear charge Giant Slayer downhill into Skullcrushers or Khorne will rip them apart in a matter of like 10 seconds. Because that, with our stuff here, so 50 charge bonus puts them to a 120 melee attack at 125 weapon strength with a massive bonus versus large. Like, they'll just delete these fools. But of course, one army would barely be a fair fight. Two armies, well, when you could defend, hit a choke point with the fan behind it, mwah. That's what the good stuff is. Doomseekers meet their doom. Giant Slayers meet their giants. And, you know, the important thing is this is how we're generating more of the heroes, right? Where did all the Demon Slayers come from? They come from here.
Age and wisdom do not make me a monster. What I do. Agreement.
And we'll finish giving her this oblast.
I shall. Be flattered that I haven't cursed you yet. I shall hope.
I know you didn't mean that, Estankio. You say that to everybody. You would never curse me. Alright, so that's, yeah, because this was the last thing to do on the turn if memory serves, not the first, yeah. Alright, good deal. Wonderful. And how much the better, right, that Belegar is the one who's here giving, you know, at the front for when we absorb this to get it going. And then Lun and Scully and Morgrim, you know, will be able to swing on down here to support. Do we absorb the High King now? Or rather, be absorbed by the High King now? Or do we wait, like, another 2 turns to be like, by the way, we've also taken care of every enemy that exists up in this entire direction while we're adding to our, you know, humble ask for clemency.
Time for a reckoning. It is time, Master of Runecraft. Aye, lad, what can I do? It's our wheels, lad.
Like, hammers make sense. Yeah, so if we do that one, that's how we get the Thunder Barge flaming ammo swap. And this one, another 10 bonus versus infantry for Doomseekers would be good. It's pretty far. We'll get around to it eventually. It is not a grudge too far for us.
My axe thirsts for war.
A rebellion at Verbogenwald? I don't even know where that is. I bet it's a forest of Verbolg. Hey! There's Greasus' big fat head. This guy, aptly named Knife, gets knifed in the dark. Knife.
A friendly face is always well.
You want us to join the war against Clan Pestilence? Obviously we will. The time for war is now! Man, remember when you couldn't move an encampment stance? That was the worst. Warhammer 2 against Skaven. Just like moving and then it like you thought you're at 51 and it just like won't let you do it and then you get jumped again. Ugh. Ugh. Ooh, the Helm of Dreska. Now this is not a thing we're trying to roll around with, right? Because it's actually very annoying and kills people. 1% of the time. The interns are too long, you know. But anyway, that's like a... That's not the kind of thing we're looking for, although that's funny. Oh, well, you know, the master engineer we got here immediately gets wounded. Makes sense.
Summon me if you dare. Attack! Ready. Anad. Runlord. By the
And we're getting a lot of those Troll Slayer things, which are very nice to grab. They give you a 14 bonus first large for the character. And it's just like an ancillary you can put on. Ooh, do you know who I am now? Now, Vlad, do you want to go, buddy?
follow you. Anad. Fight. I'll see it done.
And we shall wait in ambush outside. Of course, Gromby can beat Vlad. Not like immediately, but he can. This is an army that's slightly better suited to deal with him. And we would have, you know, a big garrison. Although they're not fully healthy. Oh yeah, we'd be like in walls here, I think. So yeah, we'd definitely be able to do a little bit of something.
More moving, less whinging.
But I think now if they attacked, yeah, we would be able to support. So Gromby will get to do a little bit of something there.
Out in the open. For the wisdom of Valaya. Fight them.
Here we're just trying to burn them out of the front a little bit before we go much further in.
Demon Slayer.
And though Longdrong desperately wants to go back out onto the water, probably going to spend a little bit more time fighting there.
Doom's this way. It's their doom or mine.
Vale probably finally gets to level 5. You know, we could have done it earlier if we'd been paying attention. Probably.
For the wisdom of Valaya. Casting the runes. Setting off. Demon Slayer. But that armor's heavy, eh? Dishonored. Oh, time for a rest. Demon Slayer. Bane of demons. Twilight Slayer. Die.
Aha! And we get the Grudge Thrower for Bugman's very weird and definitely not very functional army.
Let us begin.
As a backup army, it's amazing and I love it. As a principal army, I'm not sure how it goes. Or of Endurance would give us more missile resist and melee defense, but I feel like just being chunkier would be good there. Alright, now we get snipe for the Rangers. And this one will be the Keeper of the Gate for the Guardian in the army. And this guy gets his gyro.
My axe thirsts for war. Get off, or I'll eat ya.
Now, we probably just let him get the Demon Stump because we just don't have, like, a quick way of getting in otherwise. Oh, we don't need... Yeah, he can't get up there. It's a big area. So we'll just let him get inside and then trap him.
The throng agrees. Demon Slayer.
It's not like he can do... You know, his army's probably scary, but, you know, we've got the combined forces of our friends there, and then...
There be demons at home. Aye.
He totally might get jumped thinking about it. Well, no, probably not. They're probably not looking at us to come in from that direction.
If you dare, by the grudge bearer's will.
Alright, everyone's moved in that direction. Malakai is locked in here with them.
Let's give them something to them. Bring those cannons to me. Engineer, cracking on.
That's all of that movement. This guy is still recruiting here.
To do. For the wisdom of Valaya.
Alright, I think that's everyone. Oh, Hargrim Ironforge, not moved. Wait, what's this? Marvelous! You know, yeah, baby. Okay, so apparently, we're going to be able to go from the realms of the Chaos Lords to the other realms of the Chaos Lords. So once we're done cleaning up Khorne, we're going to be able to pop in on the other side. I was afraid of what we would do once we sorted this out. Oh, that's going to be awesome. I was like, man, all these Slayer armies are going to run out of stuff to do. Sea Lands to the cooler ones. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. We're going to clean this up. And then, you know, because there's... And we got a Slanesh one here. Yep, awesome. Yeah, and then we'll just we'll send the other one. I am so pumped about this because I was really I was like, man, we sent all these armies up here. We're gonna deal with it in like 5 turns, and then what? But now, yeah, the Slayers will go to the 4 corners of the earth and wipe the realms of. This is the best campaign ever. We got the Blessing of the Lady in our place. We got Ranger training, you know, Assassin training for Bugman, where we found him, like, how charmed of a run, right? And as we keep on building infrastructure, before too long, we're going to have 1-turn global recruitment of everything. I mean, not like Thunder Barges, that'll take longer, but, like, before too long, we're going to have 1-turn global recruitment on Giant Slayers, and that is funny, because regular Slayers are fine, right? They're good. They do stuff. They're very nice in some matchups, but Giant Slayers, although they're squishy, murder what they hit, because they don't lack armor piercing. They've got armor piercing. They get it done. Oh man, what a time. That's just awesome. And, you know, then we'll pop in down here, pacify all that, and then see what else is going on. That's amazing. Because I saw that there was like a proper sea lane here. But I was like, well, that just sends us down there. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's good, actually, because if you're up here and you sort things out, then you can go down there. But, yeah, that's so cool. And Okri Brynbright is going to get to... It's not just going to be Khorne. Okri Brynbright is going to get to travel with our heroes for quite some time, fighting every demon in the book and striking out the grudge. Oh, man. Oh, dude, this is... So glad I'm not a person who gets bored. Because there is much and more to do here. This place has the engineer of tearing stuff up. Let go, it's up here. Talk about unnecessary movement. Alright, so Throt, we can't get to him. What we want to do... Oh, well, no, it's the end of the turn. Like, he'll move in there and fight it, maybe. Or maybe we'll catch him underground. This army will crunch him, right? The cannons are more than enough to get it done against, like, a single Warp Lightning. And then... Oh, this guy doesn't have an engineer. That's alright. The cannons are still more than enough to get it done. You know, they don't have anything to pop the Thunder Barges. They don't even have... They got some Giselles. Giselles won't pop a Thunder Barge, right? They eventually would. But it's not like Rattling Guns, where they'll do it in, like, 2 volleys. Wonder if there's anything we can do with the Eye of Terror if it's just a map landmark. We will have to see. Because it's called the Eye of Terror there, but I guess maybe there's an Eye of Terror in many places. I hope there's something, though. Oh yeah, and Silverhorn. We will go up this way. The Brass Citadel. We know that's like the center of the Blood God's realm, right? That's the Brass Citadel. Khorne likes brass. He's a brassy boy.
Quickly, I've an oath to fulfill. Doom may lie below. Demon Slayer. Aye.
By the comet.
Stay up. It is time.
Alright, alright, alright.
Only if you dare.
Wonderful stuff. I'm just glad Ungram is like, you know, wow, look at that army. What a headache. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine fighting against that? Because sure, like, if you were using it, maybe you wouldn't do it right. But like... Because I bet you'd lose track of a Goblin Hewer for like 4 seconds. You imagine fighting against this? I bet you'd lose track of it for like a couple of seconds and they'd get in on you. Oh, that's a good one too. I love Ungram. What a guy. What a guy. Kabanda? Oh, he lightning strikes me. Sure. Well, you know, Jebek Ironhammer hasn't killed Kabanda yet. Exalted Bloodthirster of Khorne. Battle for the Tree of Souls. And, you know, if the army dies, it dies. We don't have, you know, a bunch of cannons here. It's just a bunch of regular slayers with barely any support. Look, we put it together in the Realm of the Chaos Gods with a box of scraps. What we will do is have... Yeah, we'll go here and we'll have the Goblin Hewers to support it when they come in to try to pop it. These dwarf warriors are like, man, I knew what we were in for, but... Because he, like, fireballs at us with their artillery, but then we spike him for a good old chunk. Yes, we do. Oh, and then it hit the Slaughter Brute on the ground. We're going to smoke bomb him and shoot at him. Kabanda dives our heroes. He's gonna really regret that. I can tell you right now, he did not think this was gonna happen. Look at him get deleted by the mighty hand of Grungi. Coming in from the air, shooting him up, shoot him up, shoot him. Whoa, can we do it? Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it, alright. Let's go, boys. Chosen by Khorne. How about the chosen of Grimnir? Oh, you guys running? Oh, terror route of chosen of Khorne? Oh. Running in the Blood God's own domain, and you're the chosen. Psh, some chosen ones. And of course, the trees, awesome to fight in. And with this many, why was I worried? Why was I worried? You know, all we had to do was get the Thunderbarge fire support. It can deal with the infantry, and then the Slayers can fight anything big. Even Skull Crushers. We got enough armor piercing. Yeah. Yeah, why was I worried? I wasn't that worried. I knew they were bluffing. Good job with the lightning strike, bros. Yeah, the gunship, right? 4,500 value. But, you know, we got some value somewhere else, too. One of these guys hit Kabanda. Either that or these did. 3,200 value. 2,400 value on that Goblin Hewer. And they only have, like, a handful of shots. Yeah, one of those... That's the thing about Goblin Hewers. If they get a target that they want, like a large target, they have short range, they have small ammo, they will delete something. And that's what you saw there. One of them probably, they're listed at 5k damage, you know, over 10 seconds. So they'll do 5,000 armor piercing damage in 10 seconds. Two of them will do 10,000. You know how much armor... You know how much life a Bloodthirster has? About 10. The blimp put in the work. Yeah, you know, every army needs a Thunderbarge. If you can protect it. if you can't protect it, every army needs the ability to protect a Thunder Barge.
Fight, die, revel in glory.
And we'll ruin up the Slayers. And, yeah. Well, we're obviously doing this fight. This is even funnier than that last one was, right? Because Darius Bloodraker is attacking the crew. He's attacking the guys and gal. This fight... I dare you. I dare you. Now we'll move him with the army.
Karaz Ankor. What? Ready.
Let's go. I dare you. Ulrika's like, oh, we brawling? We gonna go? Y'all want some? That's what it's about. She's like, nah, you ain't ready. You ain't ready. And Darius Bloodraker comes in and tries to truck on Ulrika. But you know what she's gonna do? She's gonna stand there and beat the brakes off him. Probably before Gotrek even shows up. Nah, there we go. Snorri uses his ability, Gotrek uses his abilities. And Okri's like, I wanna fight! I wanna fight! And Ulrika is just dueling this Bloodthirster, which is awesome. Actually, we need to juice up Ulrika's ability so she can have a 1v1 here. Cause 1v1ing an Exalted Bloodthirster is a feat. And I want it to happen. Gotrek's like not... You know, he's gonna let her do it. He's not gonna interfere. Felix is gonna go help with the Chosen. But Ulrika's fighting Darius. She's like, you better run. You better run. And Ulrika, my girl, just destroys an Exalted Bloodthirster in relatively single combat. And now I think the Slayers will be alright with her coming on this trip. I think she's shown that she's got moxie. I mean, yeah, a little. really the blimp, because it does a lot of like AoE damage. So a lot of what it was doing was just clearing out the trash around him. The last one. Yeah, well, this is the army with Gotrek and Felix, who are the premier bad mamma-jammas in the universe. They are... No, they all died. They all ran away, yeah. It's called army losses. It's just whenever you beat enough of their value, you don't have to kill everything. They just run away. And whenever you kill the leader of a force, that can mess with their leadership, and then, yeah, it just happens. The mortal ones run away. The immortal ones, they crumble into dust. Greasus on his mobility scooter rolls in there. But yeah, so Gotrek and Felix, they've got like... They don't fall back in the map. They do. Okay, so... they attacked me. So if you attack somebody and then you don't like entirely eliminate their army, they retreat back a little bit, and then if you have the movement, you can go and mop up the stragglers, right? But if they attack you on your turn and you defend against it, they'll probably get away, but, you know, they're not going to have time to do too much with it. So, like, that army, because they took the initiative, they'll still be alive, but we're going to roll them up. But Gotrek and Felix, they've got, like, I don't know, 10 or 12 books written about them. Like, in the real world, there are books written about them. So, like, you expect to be able to send Gotrek and Felix at any single target in the game, and that they'll come out, like, pretty shiny. Especially late game, where they've got everything and all of their levels and stuff. Because, like, Ulrika, her duel with the Bloodthirster, that was fun and it was epic. If Gotrek was in there, Gotrek would have killed it about twice as fast. That's sort of his thing. That's what he does. But this campaign, so our main guy, Malakai McKyson, who we haven't seen much of recently because the campaign's moved away from being about one single dwarf, but he starts with them. Everybody else, yeah, like all the Order factions, the humans and the other dwarves and stuff, you can get Gotrek and Felix with them, but you have to do a quest battle, which is actually kind of tricky. Heyo! The White Dwarf defends. Oh, we don't have... Oh, well, we have Mountain Fast at least. Yeah, right, so... Yeah, we'll have a big brawl here, just like we wanted. Yeah, this is Grombrindal. He is the Great White Dwarf. He's like a legendary figure in dwarf circles. He's like super old. Super old. Like, most dwarves aren't sure, like, if he's real type of thing. He's like a magical figure who shows up when the Dawi need him most. Which right now is for this stack. But I'm looking at the clock and I really do... Oh, man, this fight's going to be amazing, though. Yeah, Dwarf Santa Claus. We'll do this fight and then call the... No, instead of President against Goblin Heads. No, I'm just looking at the clock and I'm like, man, I really need to... But... No, let's do it. This will be an amazing cap to the video. Well, we'll do it now. I've got time. I was actually looking at the clock wrong. So the clock, I have a monitor that's bigger than the other one and then a smaller monitor here. And I thought it was 1:20 and I was like, man, I gotta go. But it's 12:20 and I don't gotta go. But we're just going to get our reinforcements here. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're gonna... This is gonna be absolutely marvelous. Now, there are problems here. One of them is named Vlad Von Carstein. He is a serious problem, but I bet we'll be able to solve him. Because they're not gonna get in this cookie jar. We're gonna have so many freaking slayers. The thing about vampires is if their flyers can't get in, and our reinforcing army has a lot of random rangers in it, if their flyers can't get in, then you're going to be able to shoot them to absolute daylights. And we even have a little hill, Oh yeah, this is going to be marvelous. I mean, really, yeah, over there, but that's 4 minutes. Like, the longer it takes him to get in, we don't want it to be too far yet. That's fine. Good deal. Let's go! Because they're probably going to wait for reinforcements, which is a disastrous plan for them. You know, I just hate that for them. I hate that they've made a bad decision like that. Story Truth Teller is here for his first battle. Let's hide him in the woods with the Ironbreakers. Not hide, sit. The Great White Dwarf. And the Thane. Oh, the Shield Wall of Grombrindal. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? Just imagine trying to get through that. Forget about it. We'll soften them up there. Because we'll be here soon enough. And they will not be here soon enough. They will be here too little and too late. The scariest guy they have, Vlad, can't fly. These other guys that can fly are pretty scary, but they're not Vlad scary. But we've got plans to deal with Vlad. Alright, showing up now. And of course, this front line is a ton of Slayers who won't run. They don't know how. Because really, once we get him in range of these Thunderers and stuff, we just need to not blunder here. Beautiful stuff. We light him up there. Odilo Von Carstein, you are slain. The flame cannon actually deletes the fell bats. Oh, they're trying for a deep flank there, but look at all of this coming in, right? Yeah, what can men do against such reckless hate? If we crash, it's because I put too many units onto this battlefield, right? So we just need to get damage here in, and there we go. We got the Thunderers can now shoot here, and our forces are doing just fine. Where's Gromby at? In the tree here, defending. Good, good, good. Story Truth Teller now will use the Muster of Malevolence on the Vampire Lord for a big old hit. And the Rune of Speed upon us. Alright, we need a little bit of backline protection just in case they do a deep dive here. You know, that's most of the flyers, though, and you know what that means. Oh, it's bad times for them. The Blood Knights charge in here. The shield wall of Grombrindal holds. We take some fire damage from the Iron Drakes, but that's okay. Mourngulls in this economy? I guess I didn't know that vampires even got them. Alright, that backline, the backline slayers couldn't have come quick enough, right? Vlad Von Carstein is here! And we go to set him to rights. Of course, his magic, the Storm of the Night, doing okay work. We only have 35 spell resist. It's not like infinite spell resist. But Vlad is now engaged with a Dragon Slayer. Doran Thunderstone, will this be your great hour? For Vlad Von Carstein is no ordinary Umgi. Of course, he ain't winning this fight, is he? Oh my god, Doran Thunderstone with his magic attacks coming through. I think he actually is the one with the other Trickster Shard, right? So Vlad is not nearly as hardy as he normally would be, but the Lions meet. They get in there and there. They can't get through this side, though. Story Truth Teller, we're going to drain this Terrorgeist. The Norgrimland's Ironbreakers fighting wonderfully. And bombing run successful there and there. Gromby coming in for Vlad. Grombrindal knows no fear. And Doran Thunderstone trying to meet a Slayer's death. Grombrindal denying him the glory of a solo kill. What a fight. This Necromancer on a corpse card, and we are going to delete him from the air. Oh, Isabella, no, 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 no. Okay. The lady is beating on us in the air. Let's get down here. Obviously, the thing about your blimps is they can't land, but your gyros can. So if Isabella's around, you don't want to be in the air fighting her. And now we've got all of these Slayers in. Izzy, she's a real lady, right? She gets it done. No, I'm getting one of those. I'm gonna. Well, that's right. He used to be one. They also don't know. Oh no, they know now. They know now. Zonganas, that's right. I'm like, the vampires do have a different name. He just looks like Umgi. Dwarves can tell the difference between vampires and humans. They're not like elves and elves and elves where they're literally all the same. Like, oh, you're a dark elf. That's different than a high elf. You have colonies. They have dark fortresses. What a fight. Gorgeous stuff. The Huber getting value, all the artillery getting value, the Thunderers getting some value, 2,500 on the Bugman's Rangers. It just goes to show, if you put them in a situation where they can shoot a target they want to shoot, they'll get it done. You know, thousands of value, 4K on the Norgreenlands. There was a lot of value to go around, and we all feasted upon it. That was probably the Norgreenlands getting, like, satchel charges on, like, Blood Knights or something. Awesome. But, you know, hey. Freaking sick. And, of course, 3,500 on the Dragon Slayer, who showed his mettle for certain and put his face to the foe and beat down Vlad. Just beat him down. Arcade. He doesn't look like a dwarf at all. Insulting. But just what we needed, right? Because the army of, like, awesome Slayer support, that's the classic I have an assistant army, right? You know that from the edge of the battlefield, they'll just run at the enemy, that they won't run away from them, that it doesn't matter what they hit, they're going to be kind of happy about hitting something. When we can get Giant Slayer backup armies, that's going to be sick. You know, hey, Marius Weber. No, I'm like, we're not helping you take the mountains. Oh, he must be an elf. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Well, okay. It's not, like, appropriate for Grombrindal to take. You know, it's not dwarfy, is it? Nice abilities. Oh, yeah. So this crown makes it so... The crown makes it so your army is more expensive and it's harder for them to heal and stuff. But it gives you... It gives you more abilities, and it gives you... like an ability to just drop the sky on them, and an AoE intensely powerful thing. So I guess someone there had the Nemesis Crown. It was made by Aerial Archibald, so yeah, okay. Well, if it's a dwarf relic. But Grombrindal wouldn't. Ah, this is tough. Because we can suffer the upkeep penalties. And the Diplo penalties aren't bad. Yeah. Of course, that will give us 10 turns of foreign replenishment if we get rid of it. Yeah, we'll seal it away. If somebody else can get it, maybe, but not Gromby. Because Grombrindal is a special kind. Grombrindal wouldn't play, right? Grombrindal wouldn't play with the powers of the Nemesis Crown, even though it is a dwarf relic. Yeah. We'll do the right thing. Story Truth Teller gets wounded. Well, I guess he fell in that fight. That's okay.
Demon Slayer.
Yeah, doing it the right way is better. I quite agree.
Aye, lad, what can I do?
The forest has been awakened. Where's the forest that's doing this? Yeah, it's a wood elf ability. But it's supposed to be tied to like big magical trees, and we've taken their big magical tree. Curdle attrition? Maybe it's curdle attrition, it's just mislabeled. I bet that's what it is. Yep, that's what it is. Yep, okay, solved it. Yeah, because he's got the thing in his tree to cause it. I figured we'd see him if we looked around. Now, it's actually incredibly rough to deal with. We need to kill Trico. Yeah, we just need to get rid of this faction.
Dishonored. Fearless and unbreakable. By my death's sake. Come with me if you want to die. What? Time for... Let us find our deaths. To doom, then. I'm here now. Hey up. How can I help? Such
And of course, Vlad's already back, but...
Slayer, leave it to me. It's their doom or mine. I'm ready. I am the White Dwarf. Don't you fret, it's done. Morgans. There's no more up. I'll do it.
Yeah, push him off there. We just need to eliminate Draika's faction, which I think she's only got this one thing. Yeah. Yep, and the vampires, you know, we put them on the back foot a bit. The bigger battles you have with more casualties, they generate more guys. You know, that's the vampire way. But they're not going to be able to put up with any of these armies, you know, that... They're not going to summon a pumped double stack immediately and get in here, and that means we'll have time to put these together and then get another one in there. All right, all right.
Summon me if you dare. The clan demand.
Kasakut, ha!
Lord of Clan Morgan. Dum Gribben. Grip.
It's like the graveyard monster in Chi, the more fallen graveyard. Tarmogoyf. Yeah, exactly. Old Goyf.
Let us begin. For the wisdom of Valaya. Thank them.
Your favorite card to play? He was pretty cool. So in Modern, I played Burn first, and then I played a deck called Ponza, which is like a red-green land destruction deck, if you've heard of that, and I played like red-green Eldrazi, and I played like a weird like 4-color humans thing with Saheeli Cat. But I was principally a Burn player, so Goyf decks were very hit or miss against me, because often, they thought seize or something, they do just a little bit of work, and then I just spike all over the top, because, if they're like playing Jund or something. Well, it was mainly like, you didn't see a lot of Goyf whenever I was playing, honestly, but... Already got one of these. Yep. This was Boros Burn whenever I was playing. You leaned on Boros charms for additional punch, and occasionally you could do really, really funny things, and then you got like access to stuff like deflecting palm in the sideboard, which you've never seen somebody rage. You have never seen somebody rage until you've palmed like an 8-power Tomra Goyf at them, or like an Ulamog. They're like, why do you even have that in your sideboard? I'm like, well, a sideboard is to solve problems that you might encounter. I was running I was running 3-ball, Trinisphere. I was running like Rest in Peace. Oh, they were mad whenever I hit my stuff. They're like, what do you mean you run Rest in Peace? I'm like, yeah, exile all cards in all graveyards. If a card would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. It's a replacement effect, so you can't like, and they're like, I hate you so much, right? I'm like, it's cool, man. What are you gonna do? They're like, did some Storm player hurt you? I'm like, I mean, once. Copperpot continues his run. Man, this video has been replete with some amazing fights. Just beating down Khorne, Ulrika destroying the Exalti, Bloodthirster, that's great stuff. Copperpot's siege of the ogres, though, like, will go down in my memory as one of the finest things we've ever done. Like, I was thinking of backing out, and then I was like, no, I can use my knowledge. I've got my pirates. We can shoot their big dudes a little bit. We got it done. It was great. Ulfar Knucklebreaker is just going to hang out right here and see if this fool wants to come in. What do we want for this army? We want... Quarrelers? I mean, yeah, actually. Well, no. Against these fools, what do we want? Slayers! So Copperpot's there, and Oathkeeper rolls on down here to... Yes, the Stash of Victory. And yeah, we're just rolling through, because the thing is too, like, once you hit the border of the map, everything is safe in that direction. It seems a little reductive because the world is round, but this world has a border, and when we get there, we're there.
Armed and ready. I'll cast the runes. I suppose so. Grimnir.
Heyo! We got another elf sword. Now, of course, for the story, we need to... We will give it to, so here Scully and Brock Ironhammer will have the elf swords. And I bet they're gonna feel some kind of way when they figure out we've got them. Oh, no flank on the earth, yeah. So now we have you know, Frenzy, Deathblow, Regen, but you can get a unique trait out of them when you have the Elven Rune Swords. So now we've got both of them. That's very fun. And that reminds me, we've got Troll Slayers to put on for even more bonus first large. Alright. We've got our other Elven Sword. And of course, you could get a special trait out of him, which we'll be going for. But we're rolling down there, and then of course Scally is probably going to insult the first elf that he runs into, who has a problem with him having those swords. But, alright. Better than alright. Good. Would you be able to try to control the edges of the map? Like the puzzle with the flat sides? Yeah. So the thing is, though, is the edges of the map are mostly pretty dangerous or inhospitable. Here, this edge is like good and we want to live here. But when you get up to this direction, all of this place sucks to live. You take attrition just by being out in it. Even when you cleanse it of corruption, it's a chaos waste. So you get hurt. And then you have the Blood God's domain up here. So the first so long was spent trying to kill him here. So if you move out here, red climate means negative 15 casualty replenishment, double construction time, half income, lower growth. So you can't just move up here and chill because it significantly debars your ability to fight your foe and do well. And of course the chaos wants to do there. So we had to spend a very long time fighting the forces of chaos, garnering strength, and putting our face to the foe, and then eventually we're able to get to the flat sides of the map. But now that we're there, that's what you're seeing, right? We're getting there, and then we're just going to sweep over, because when you know your entire heartland can literally never be gotten at, then you can go. And of course, we also have an arbitrarily large amount of money. We have 30 armies. It should be impossible to pay for this many armies. Like nobody should get to. Or at the very least, it should be very difficult. It's not, though. We're fine.
Let us find our depths. Cut you down to size. Demon Slayer is there to...
We're just gonna rune the guys up.
Chasm, ah! This will not stand. They are. For my oath, Demon Slayer. Something over
Yeah, obviously with this many great armies, you can just roll over a Chaos God's Realm. But we're gonna send, we're gonna send 3 over to Nurgle and 3 to Slaanesha's Realm. Where do Gotrek and Felix want to go? I'm thinking to Nurgle's realm.
glorious. We can hold this.
Just like CNC taking over bases. Yep. If they made a CNC game like this, it would be sick. That would be very cool. No, they are making a 40K one. It's not coming out soon. It is coming out someday. And we are all very worried about it and very excited by it. Because it's either going to be awesome or it isn't. And we don't know which yet. But they're all on the back foot there. Steelbeard popped Throt there, and then we're, yeah. Alright, wonderful. Why are we worried about it? Because in the community, broadly, there's a relatively negative perception of the company that makes the game that we are all obsessed with and love very much. The idea is that they might accidentally do something awesome, but they might intentionally do something bad. Like that you literally can't trust them to do something smart because they might get a dumb idea. It's, and a lot of the people that were involved, it's going to be a new engine. Warhammer 40... So fantasy takes place on one planet. That's how it works. Warhammer 40k takes place in the galaxy. So there's worries about how they're going to translate the style of combat, because Warhammer is much more shooty and futuristic. How are they going to get that? How are they going to deal with all of that? But I maintain a positive and hopeful feeling. I think they'll do a great job, and I'll be happy. But yeah, they earned a reputation for doing a bad job sometimes for a while. Like StarCraft, yeah. Warhammer 40k is like StarCraft. Or more properly, StarCraft is like Warhammer 40k. They have Space Marines, they have Space Elves, they have Space Zerg that are called Tyranids. They're a little different. They're not very different.
What needs to be done?
My 40k Space Marine faction is called the Space Wolves. They're in space, but they still ride on giant wolves and hit people with axes. It's great. I also play a little bit of White Scars, who are like Mongolian Space Marines, so instead of horses, though, they do ride on motorcycles, which are not as good as giant horses, or even regular horses. I chose Space Wolves because riding on giant wolves is obviously awesome. Ooh. Let's go to ambush here for Long Drong. Although, that's a lot of armies. That's so many armies. Because his army isn't really built for beating more than one army at a time. But if he gets popped, we'll just have to put him back together again. It is not the time to get sentimental about too many of our armies, although some of them have a great amount of sentiment attached. Yeah, I mean, like Lund, we're not trying to lose Lund's army in battle, like, at all. We got work to do here. Karakrum. We're just gonna go in. Whatever's here will brawl. Lund won't run and Lund won't die. If we lose this whole army, which I don't want to do, Lund won't die and Lund won't run. We'll be alright. Like Voltron and Fairmech wolves, yeah. Well, you also have like smaller wolves that are bigger than regular wolves, but, like 6-foot wolves in like a feral pack. And you could have like a cybernetic leg on some of your wolves and stuff on some of the models. They all have like one model that has it. Or like a little like implant thing on the face. I love Space Wolves. They have Space Dwarfs called the Leagues of Voltan. They didn't have them when I got into it, or I probably would have played them. Yeah. They also have the reputation of having a lot of fur-oriented people in the community. Your mileage may vary. I feel like if people get involved with 40k looking for those sorts of folk, they'll be surprised by how there aren't that many of them. But I live in, like, Arkansas, where even if those people are playing, they might be underground due to societal pressures or whatever. I mean, some of them underground. No, I know a couple of people who wear a little foxtail on their belt or whatnot, but it's not like incredibly widespread at my gaming store.
For the wisdom of Valaya. Yes. What?
All right. Great. Good, and in all other ways, wonderful. We're going to go ahead and end it now. Or rather... Well, I guess the next video will be being absorbed into the fold of the High King. You just get this game, make it Transformers versus Humans versus Decepticons. You know, you could probably do it for yourself, but if you put that mod on the workshop, they might get you. This is the greatest campaign I've ever done, and I have never had such a good time. Oh, Tretch Cavity Tale's in here.
Don't stop till you're dead. Everything was drawn once.
Oh, right, because that guy walked away, because obviously he walked away. And Tretch is just, like, trying to make something of himself. Tretch's thing is very funny, because when he's losing, he gets huge damage reduction and the ability to run away. So it's super hard to catch him. For a rat, he's at 46 speed, but then he'll just, like, jump up to, like, 70. But no, it would be cool, though. It'd definitely be cool. When's the power reserve? You know, some of these aren't so good for dwarves. But the HP's falling to ogres and Umgi. Unsuitable indeed. Yeah, stay there, I'll get help indeed. Yes, yes. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and call it now. Before we come back, I'm gonna, you know, like, while we're in whatever, we'll do a building pass on everything. So, you know, the deeps will be in place and we'll probably go to 0 upkeep before too long. You know, we'll build all this stuff and, yeah. But, man, what a great video. We just saved it here. Well, you know, we'll save it again. The Realms of Khorne, we see that we are just putting a hole in them, and then, you know, there won't be too many more Realms of Chaos for us. You know, yeah, we're just getting it done. You know, the map is huge, but we'll zoom over here and go and rip up that island, and then we've got this and that. And it looks like, oh, the Black Sea is there at the underneath, so when we go down here to this realm, we're going to be able to go in this direction. You know, we might end up taking over the entire map, but I bet we'll stop before then. We do have to get all these mountains, though. Everything was dwarfs once. And will be again. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I really hope you've enjoyed. I know I have been having the best time obsessively playing this. We are gonna play some other game on stream one of these days. I can't. I lay in bed thinking about what I'm gonna do in the morning, and it's play the Malakai campaign. I sit at work paying an appropriate amount of attention to what I have to do, thinking only otherwise with my brain power, what am I going to do in the Malakai campaign? This has been so awesome. This mod is amazing. I'm having the best time. You know, the battles in the Realm of Khorne have been so fun. You know, and we're in so many places on the map that now we're getting to fight all sorts of fun things. You know, Gromby getting to truck on the vampires. How beautiful was that? Just a lot of fun. Getting to see the power and the glory. And there, you know, what you do is you run two dwarf armies together all the time. That's what you do at this phase. Then, if they bring a huge stack, you've got your two set. And if they want a lightning strike, do they think they're going to win a 1v1? Yep, you did, Luke. You did call it. Only fun battles from here. And they are. Man, Chaos Dwarves, we earned... Excuse me. We earned this. We earned the audience with the king. And the next time we do the video, we will get that audience with the king. We will be absorbed, root and branch, into the umbrella of the High King. And oh, it's so good. Your girlfriend got a new high score on her Miss Pac-Man cocktail. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Great. Oh, and RK, you know, once more, like, thank you so much. That's very generous of you earlier. You know, like, that's so cool. Thanks, man. And, maybe we'll see you later. And we'll play more FFT maybe tomorrow morning, because before work I only have a little bit of time. And then, maybe tomorrow afternoon too. But yeah. I'll roll by the card shop tonight and pick up a booster. Maybe 2. But thanks, man. That's awesome. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you guys have enjoyed. If you're watching in the future, I hope the weather is nice. And wow, you made it 4 hours, just like the rest of us did. That's all I've got for you right now. I'm going to hang out with the dog and tell him he's annoying whenever he snaps at my hand, in a playful way. And go to work, and I'll be back tonight. And I'm not sure what we'll play. Actually, might play Katamari tonight. We might, because I got the second Katamari remaster. We might just play some Katamari and have a little chill time. But, if I'm at work daydreaming about this, who knows? Anyway, maybe I'll see you guys later.